All right, hello and welcome everyone to Battlehouse Billiards. This is Chris Boatman, your host, and you are tuned in to January's edition of Scotch Double Trouble. The format tonight is 9-ball Scotch doubles. This is a double elimination tournament and open format, so you do not need a Fargo rating or a player rating to participate. We are taking sign-ups right now for January, and we are half filled already. If you're interested in shooting in for February. And if you're interested in shooting in February, please reach out to Battlehouse Billiards or Chris Boatman. You can reach me on Messenger or via phone or text 541-450-3940. Again, this is Chris Boatman, your host here at Battlehouse Billiards. And on table 1, we've got Ross and Curry versus Wallace and Williams. On table 2, we've got Carter, Dudley, and Metcalf, Gene. For the best user experience tonight, if you're tuning in from home, please pull up 2 tabs and have them side by side so that you can watch both tables. I'll be doing commentary on table 1. Table 2 will just have music. In the future, we will have guest commentators, and both tables will have live commentary. We are just getting everything set up here at Battlehouse Billiards for these types of tournaments. Tonight's tournaments are played on 2 7-foot diamond Blue Label Pro-Am tables. We are playing with Aramith Premium Phenolic Resin balls. We're streaming to you live through EvoSports. Bracketing system and Fargo handicapping is all brought to you by Digital Pool. Chris misses the 5 and allows Brian to the table, Brian Ross at the table. Nice shot on the 5 and just overrolled his lead a little bit on the 6 for his partner, but he has a shot. Not like Tim to miss a shot like that. Played against Tim a couple years ago in the Roving Trophy for the championship. My partner Jason Brown and I just barely beat him and his partner, but they were good shots. They had to double dip us, and we didn't let him win the first one. But again, Tim, a great shot. Unlike him to miss that 6. Tammy to the table with a pretty easy 6 here. Hard to hold the 6 there. I would have preferred going all the way off the top rail and back down for shape on the 7 with just a little bit of spin. Very doable shot for Chris, but it's going to float right towards the 9. And again, hard to hold it in line. He might play with bottom here and try to crash into the 9. We are playing 9-ball tonight, so if anything falls, he would have got to shoot again. He did launch that table the ball around the table a little bit. Ross Curry back to the table. This is our 3rd edition of the Scotch Double Trouble. We started this in November, and so far we have filled every single month well in advance of the tournament. So if you are interested in signing up for one of these tournaments, the buy-in is $50. Tonight we're paying out first and second place. First place earns $250 and second place earns $100. If 9-ball isn't your flavor, we do have our 8-ball Mini Madness series that's just wrapping up, and we'll be starting another 8-ball series just after that. For more information or tournament schedule, follow, and subscribe Battlehouse Billiards on Facebook and YouTube for notifications. All of our tournaments are posted publicly and are on a first-come, first-served basis. All right, Brian Ross with a tricky shot here. Looks like he's looking to bank this 7 in the top corner. Oh, all right. Playing it safe. Leaving Tammy with a kick bank. Pretty doable shot. Tammy needs to make sure she gives it enough steam so she doesn't hang the 7 in the corner and just leave it for her opponent. One of the tricks of 9 balls, when you're down to your last couple balls, you want to hit your ball with enough speed to pocket it or kick it out if it misses. Just like that. It was a good speed hit. Tim has the same option right now, or he can bank to the top corner. I favor the kick bank myself here. Uh-oh, looks like Tim has sold the farm. Wallace and Williams should have no problem getting out here. Chris needs to pocket this 7. Just a baby draw, run the 9 back down to the other end of the table. Looks pretty straight. I don't know if he can get any action off the side or top rail. You can see Tammy and Chris talking about options here. Let's go to a side view and see how straight it is. Yeah, tough to get any action here. I think this was the right play. Tonight's tournament is a race to 3 on the A side and a race to 2 on the B side, which is a nice way of saying the loser side. If Tammy's going to run this ball into the top right pocket, she does need to watch for the scratch in the left side. Hitting it with some bottom will avoid that. Even a stun shot with center will avoid that. But if she hits this above the equator on the cue ball, puts top on it, she may run at that side pocket and risk a scratch. Looks like I see bottom from here, but hard to tell from the camera. Definitely bottom English, and a nice shot from Tammy Williams, putting Wallace Williams on the board up 1-0. Tonight's streaming is brought to you by EvoSports. Never miss the action. We've got 3 high definition cameras here at Battlehouse Billiards, 2 on table 1 and 1 on table 2. Table 1's where we will be doing the majority of our commentary at our tournaments here at Battlehouse. Some of our larger tournaments will have both tables live. Looks like over on table 2, we are still at a 0-0 race. Chris Wallace for the break. Great break by Chris here. Left Tammy with a nice 1. Plays a stop shot. She's got the 2. As long as she doesn't leave her leave her teammate behind the 5 or 7, she'll have the 3. Looks like we have a discussion on whose break it is over on table 1. Let's see what's happening here. All right, still not entirely sure what the discussion here is on table 1. They must have asked one of the players to watch a shot on the second table. All right, here we are. Tammy Williams to the table. Straight line on the 1, stop shot. She's got the 2. There's not a lot of action to be had off of this shot. She's pretty straight on it. She may be able to play off of the right rail and pop back out, but I would prefer the stop shot. It's a little more controlled. Little baby draw. All right, Chris has got the 2 here. He just needs to make sure not to hide Tammy behind the 5 and 7. Or behind the 8, I guess. Wow. Definitely hit that a little stiff. Tonight, the tables are definitely playing fast. We've got relatively new felt, and the balls have been polished recently as well. So these tables do play faster than a lot of tables here in town. Chris might have just overhit this a little bit. Looks like he's setting up on the 4. I had my 3 and 7 backed up. Tammy with the scratch. That'll be ball in hand for Ross Curry. Over on table 2, Metcalf Jean off to an early lead, going up 1-0 on Carter Dudley. Brian Russ studying the table here. Looking at the 4-6. As long as he doesn't leave it behind the 5, he should be good here. Follows it in. I don't know if he wanted to follow that in. Looks like Tim's going for the combo here. Well played. Good shot by Tim. Leaves Brian the 5. Plenty of room to play it. Let's see how he gets shape on this 8. Oh, whiffed it. That'd be a ball in hand for Wallace Williams.
What the? Oh my God.
All right, Tammy with a big opportunity here. These are short races. This is 9 ball. Wallace Williams looking to get on the hill here and really put the pressure on Ross Curry. Brian and Tim need to focus on some defensive shots in the next rack if they are bested here. Oh, Tammy crashes into the 8 and leaves Chris kind of weird. Chris has got a few options here. He could play the safety and just barely touch the 8. He could look at the long kick. He could look at either the side or the corner banks. Chris looking at the corner bank. This is 9 ball. If that 8 had gone, he would have been up again, or his partner would be. All right, Tim Curry to the table with another weird 8. Let's see if he can make the best of this. I favor the kick bank myself. This 8's pretty close to the corner, and if you play it off the bottom rail, the short rail here also, essentially 2 rails. You end up having the best opportunity. That looked very similar to the last kickbank Tim played in that corner, just slightly overcutting it. Again, the reason I like hitting the second rail is that it kicks it towards the pocket instead of away. Chris and Tammy, no strangers to the Scotch doubles. These two have been to Lincoln City several times as partners and definitely play in Southern Oregon in a few of the tournaments that are Scotch doubles. Good communication between these two players. They know each other's skill set well, so they're able to leave each other with good shots. Let's see if Tammy can pocket this 8 here. Again, I favor going off of the short rail as well with these shots. That's what she tried to do. It was a good attempt, and she left it weird. Brian's got a few options here. I really enjoy the safety play. Just barely touch this 8 right into the 9 and float your cue ball over onto this side of the 9. Leave the cue ball over on this rail with the 8 on this side of the rail, or the 9. A lot of players will send the 9 right now. That's an option, certainly. This is 9 ball, so you could just slam into that 9 and hope for the best. I think that it's a low probability shot playing a combo and a bank at this angle. They're not wired. I think you're better off playing a safety here. But let's see how Brian and Tim end up deciding to play this. Most of the players in our tournament tonight are familiar with Scotch doubles. We have a few people that this may be new for. This is open communication pool tournament. Oh, Brian trying to play the shot that I was talking about, and he ends up just hitting a little too hard. That shot would have been made a little easier if he had put the 8 into the 9. He would have killed some of the momentum of the 8. Instead, he shot the 8 right into the rail, and it popped out far enough that Tammy may have a shot here, but it's close. It looks like we're going to call somebody to the table to watch the hit. Maybe not. I think Brian and Tim are foregoing a ref coming to the table. They're going to make sure that it was a good hit, though. This is going to be close. Looked like a good hit from upstairs, and looks like no dispute from anybody else at the table. So Chris Wallace to the table to pocket the 9 in the side. We're just going for a routine bank shot here. This 9 ball is almost on the 2-4 shot line. Chris playing one of my favorite shots in 9 ball. One of my favorite shots in 9 ball is playing the bank into the side pocket. And if you're going to miss, you want to miss short of the pocket. Chris missing it just long. If you miss short of the pocket with enough steam, as you saw, you have a chance in the opposite pocket. So you really have 2 pockets if you're banking in the side and you hit it with enough steam. Chris going just a little bit too far, missing both opportunities there, handing the game to Ross Curry, who are now on the board. We are tied 1-1 on table 1. Over on table 2, we are 0 Carter Dudley to 1 Metcalf Gene. If you are just joining us, this is Chris Boatman at BATTLEHOUSE Billiards, and this is January's Scotch Double Trouble, our monthly Scotch Doubles 9-ball tournament. You are watching Table 1. Brian Ross and Tim Curry versus Chris Wallace and Tammy Williams. This is a double elimination tournament, a race to 3 on the A side and a race to 2 on the B side, which is a nice way of saying the loser side. You do have an opportunity to get back in to the action if you come back from the loser side, but you will have to double dip the winner from the hot seat. So it is a long road, but it is possible. Over on table 2, it looks like Metcalf Jean going up 2-0 on Carter Dudley. They are now on the hill. Carter Dudley needs to do something here in this next rack, get control of the rack and maintain control throughout the game. If Metcalf Jean get back to the table and have a chance to shoot, they can get out here. Brian Ross on the break, table 1. Scratch on the break from Brian. Big opportunity from Wallace Williams with ball in hand, and the 1-9 looks dangerous. Chris Wallace taking his time, looking at this shot. Not sure if he sees the 1-9 or if he just doesn't feel that it's a good probability shot. I think I would fire at it if I was in Chris's position, making sure that I hit it with enough steam to clear the 9 ball if it misses. You don't want to hang it and leave your opponent what you were trying to do. Chris moving to the other side of the table to look at the 1-9 for the early 9. Early 9s are allowed tonight. We are not allowing 9 on the break. We are playing underneath the BCA rule set with slightly modified rules. Here at Battlehouse Billiards, jump shots are allowed, and we do play with the 3 foul rule. Wallace firing at the 1-9 combo and just slightly overcutting it. Now Ross Curry have the same option. Not as nice looking of a combo, but they can certainly fire at this 9. The 1 also cuts past the 9 into the side pocket if you want to just play rotation and not try to go for the early 9 here. Let's go to a side view and see if we can see this shot a little better. Looks like nice shot from Tim on the combo. Early 9, Ross Curry going up 2-1 on Wallace Williams. Now on the hill, putting the pressure back on Chris and Tammy. These are short races here at Battlehouse Billiards, and this is 9 ball, so anything can happen. Chris and Tammy still have an opportunity to get on the hill here as well, but there are only a few options, so you need to play smart. If you have an opportunity for a safety that could potentially get you ball in hand, that would be a good time to play it. Next match on the next open table will be Cornett and KINNIE versus Sinopoli and Taylor. Aaron Cornett, Gina KINNIE, Chris Sinopoli, and Mike Taylor. Next open table. All right, pulling up my chat room here. Didn't mean to be ignoring all of you out there in the chat room world. Audio Baron, woot woot, go Chris and Tammy. Thank you, Audio Baron, for joining us in the chat room. It looks like Tim Curry may be setting up for this early 9 again. Coming into this rack with some confidence off the early 9 in the last rack. I don't love 3-ball combos, but if this is wired, this is a good shot. It doesn't look wired. I think Tim's going to struggle to pocket this 9. If he hits it with too much speed, it exacerbates any angles and throw. Early 9, Ross Curry move on to round 2. In the winner's bracket, Wallace Williams moving into the B side. Next up on table one, Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney versus Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor. We'll be right back with you. All right, thanks for your patience as our next round of players cycle into the room to table one. Again, this match is Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney versus Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor. This is Scotch Doubles. This is our January edition. We are playing 9-ball. Race to 3 on the A side, race to 2 on the B side. Let's go make sure these players get the tablet set up. Sinopoli Taylor with the win on the lag and the first break. Over on table two, Carter Dudley putting up a point on the board, not getting skunked tonight. Metcalf Jean still on the hill. We have a 1-2 race on table two. No audio in the pool room today, so I'm assuming that he called a push out on that 9, or I'm sorry, on that 1. For those that aren't aware, when you call a push out after the break, you can do pretty much anything. You don't need to make contact with the object ball or a rail. And that's what we saw from Mike on that last hit. Gina with a miss on the 1, Chris to the table. We've got a pretty easy 1 in the side pocket here. And the 3 ball is on the rail. Going to be tough to get shape on the 3. Chris could also consider playing the 1-3 combo here. I think he is weighing his options. Myself, I'm going to play the 1 in the side here, and I'm going to try to get back up with my cue ball on the same side of the table that he is right now for a shot on the 3. I think he overhit this a little bit. He's going to leave Mike a steep cut on the 3 or a bank. And we have a steep cut. Nice shot from Mike Taylor. A bump on the 8 here will leave him the 4. Oh, just on the other side of it. I think this is cuttable into this corner pocket, but it is steep. Let's go to a side view and see if that looks any different. I do think this 4 in the corner is cuttable, and I think we'll see Chris play this back to the left. Yes, we do have 2 Chris's on in the tournament tonight. Chris Sinopoli and Chris Wallace. At the table is Chris Sinopoli. Just a slight miss on this, and unfortunately it rolls back into a really good shape for his opponents, Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney, to the table. Let's see if Aaron can get shape on the 6 after pocketing this 4. It looks pretty straight. Not going to be a lot of action off of the rail here. I think that was about the best that you could do in that position. I think that was a good shot from Aaron. Make sure you pocket the ball and leave Gina a shot. Sometimes trying to do too much, you end up throwing your object ball and missing your shot entirely. Gina's got a good look at the 6 now. And with pocket speed, her teammate will have a good look at the 8. I think that was a good speed on the hit, just did not have the right angle. Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor back to the table. Mike Taylor on the shot. I wonder if he's going to cut this 6 or bank it. He's going for the bank. Bank's open. All right. Chris has got a pretty routine looking 8 into the side pocket here, and it's going to roll up nicely for shape on the 9 for Mike. Great shot from Chris. Would have liked to see a little more follow on that shot so that this wasn't such a steep cut. But this is still a highly pocketable ball. Mike needs to remember to give enough to pop it out if he misses. Nice shot from Mike Taylor and a nice run from Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor to get on the board. First blood goes to Chris and Mike, Gina and Aaron on the fence. Over on table 2, Metcalf Jean taking down Carter Dudley. Next up on table 2, we've got Kraus Watson versus Turner Friedrich. Tonight's tournament is a double elimination tournament, so players do have another chance for redemption. Wallace Williams and Carter Dudley moving into the B side and will be facing off against each other on game 7. Ross Curry and Metcalf Jean advancing to round 2 in the winner's bracket. Back here on table 1, Gina Kinnie to the table for the break. I enjoy seeing the different break locations for all of these players in the 9-ball format. I myself have a preference on the location for a 9-ball break that works well for me. I pocket a ball and I leave myself good shape on the 1 about 85% of the time. Of course, there is a big difference between a template rack and a hand rack or an open rack, and much more difficult to pocket balls on the break with a hand rack. Mike Taylor to the table, looking at the 1 on the side here. Popping the cue ball out and leaving Chris a shot here on the 2. Over on table 2, we are lagging for break. Pam Watson and Rick Turner lagging. Aaron had the 2 in the corner there, and he was trying to make something happen for shape on the 3, which he did, but he just overhit the 2 slightly. If you're going to hit that hard on the diamond, you got to hit center pocket, right in the heart. Mike also trying to make something happen here with the 2 ball in a stiff hit, trying to get some shape on the 3 for Chris. Unfortunately, rolls up, makes it kind of weird. I think a good shot from Chris here is what he's doing. Put this 3 right in behind some things, play a nice 2-way shot. Leaves Gina nothing here. She may be able to hit this off the rail first. Let's go to a side view and see if that tells a different story. This does go. Gina just with the wrong angle there and gives ball in hand. Mike Taylor to the table to graciously accept ball in hand. He needs to pop this out and get position on the 4. I think he's looking to play this off of the bottom rail. Back out 2 rails. Nice hit from Mike Taylor, setting his partner up. Chris sizing up the 4 in the side here. He's going to want to load this up with some left English to go 3 rails or 4 rails back around the table. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 rails. Great shape for Mike on this 5. Mike's got a few options of getting up to this 6. I personally like a small draw, playing the 6 in the side or the top. Just like that. Nice hit from Mike Taylor. Chris and Mike running this rack and controlling this game so far. Aaron and Gina not getting much table time yet. Chris runs the 6 all the way up table, hits it in the corner, in the heart of the pocket, and leaves it beautifully for Mike. I think we'll see Mike play 2 rails for shape here or a stop shot. Okay, just a small stun. I would look for Chris and Mike to get out here, and it would also be their break. They'd be breaking and on the hill. Aaron and Gina on the ropes. Over on table 2, AJ Friedrich to the table, looking at his options. Mike Taylor with the 9-ball dead pocket. Nice shooting from Chris and Mike tonight. These guys are going to be a team to watch. They're on the hill. Aaron and Gina need to play some safety shots and not leave Chris and Mike with the opportunity to get out. All right, Mike Taylor to the top of the table for the break. All right, Aaron and Gina have got what they need, which is the cue ball. They need to maintain this rack. I would look to pocket this one in the side, play off the long rail, and back out for shape on the 2. Let's see how she hits this. I think this is a tough leave. Aaron's got nothing but the 2-3 combo. It does go. And looked like a good two-way play there. The 2 kicked out. He's lucky he didn't make that. He would have hooked himself behind the 9 here, I think. Chris Sinopoli to the table to see what kind of kickbank chaos he can come up with. Great contact. Oh, and he plays the safety back at him. I don't know if they can see this 2-3 combo from where they're at. Let's put a line on the table and see. Gina literally staring this thing down. I think they can get to the 2, but I don't know if the combo's good. Yep. All right, putting the 2 in a pile of balls. That is a good defense strategy here, whether on accident or on purpose. It looks like this 2-4 is wired to the side pocket, though, and I would not leave it past Mike to see that. Let's go to the side view and take a peek. Looks pretty close. He may need to throw it just a little bit. Let's put a line on this and see. It looks like it may just hit the point just ever so slightly, but if Chris can or Mike can get this to throw a little bit. Yep. All right. At least you got the 2 in a position that's difficult to pocket. I think that we're looking at a 2-5 or a 2-4 combo or a kickbank on this 2 back in the side. I think that Aaron could play off this rail back at the 2. Not a bad play. I'm not mad at that shot. Definitely with your opponent up 2 and on the hill. Playing a shot that does not leave your opponent a pocketable ball or a low probability shot is a good play. Over on table 2, we still have a 0-0 race. Kraus Watson and Turner Friedrich. Chris looking to play off the long rail here. Just straight 2. All right, kind of a dangerous shot. I might have tried to hide the ball there. This looks pretty dangerous as well. I think this 2 ball does go by the 7, and it might play off the 7 if she hits it a little bit too thick. I think Gina's looking at the cut here. What she needs to watch for that cut is a potential scratch, but I think the 4 may block it just a little bit for her. Let's see. Nice shot from Gina. Pretty straight shot on the 3 here, but it can't tell if it goes by the 7. He may need to play a combo. Or plan on playing it off of the short rail and the 7. Going for the combo here. Hangs the 7, leaves a pretty easy carom on the 7. I'd look for Mike to play the carom here. Bumps the 3 out off the rail. Nice firm stroke, also puts the 3 out to the center of the table. Nice shot from Mike, getting his partner up to something. Chris has got a couple options here, side or corner pocket. Chris firing at the side pocket and just missing. I apologize. He pocketed that. I switched camera angles at the wrong time. Mike Taylor to the table. Over on table 2, Turner Friedrich going up 1-0 on Kraus Metcalf. Pamela Watson on the break. Chris really taking his time here on table 1. I think we'll look for the cross bank here. I think it's a double hit to try to go for the straight bank and a tough shot to try to cut. Let's see what Chris does here. Nice cross bank. Oh, and the scratch. Good shot by Chris Sinopoli, but that side pocket swallowed up the cue ball. Gina KINNIE back to the table. 3 balls left. Cornett and KINNIE need to capitalize on this ball in hand and need to get out here. Gina's got some earbuds in, but it does look like she's got them low enough on volume to have a conversation with her partner at least. It's the Scotch doubles, so open communication is allowed. Looks like Gina's playing the 5 in the corner for the 6 in the side. I think she got just a little bit on the wrong side of the shot line here so that the cue ball is drifting away from the window for the 9. But if Aaron pockets this and comes all the way off the bottom rail and back up, he can leave his partner with a good shot on the 9 here. He's going to leave Gina the long shot past the side pocket. You may see her look to the side pocket here as well. I myself would be taking this to the corner. Gina just chunking the 9 ball there, unfortunately. Ever so close. I think she left it with enough room for Mike, who's pretty proficient with the cue here. Mike's going to get out on this 9. If he doesn't scratch, that is game. Nice out by Mike Taylor and Chris Sinopoli, taking out Aaron and Gina in the winner's bracket. Aaron and Gina moving now into the B side. We'll be right back with you with the next match. The next match on table 1 will be Ross Curry and Metcalf Jean. We are still on the A side for the streams. We will join you on the B side in just a few minutes. Next few matches. All right, next up on table 1, Brian Ross and Tim Curry, Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean. These guys won their first race on the A side, now on round 2 of the A side. Over on table 2, Kraus Watson still looking to get on the board versus Turner Friedrich.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image. Invite a commentator from anywhere in the world. EvoSports is the evolution in billiards entertainment. Live streaming has never been easier. Simply enter your name, add your race length, and start your stream. Join us on YouTube at EvoSports Streaming or at evosports.live.
All right, if you are just joining us, this is your host, Chris Boatman, and this is Battlehouse Billiards Scotch Double Trouble. This is a 9-ball double elimination Scotch doubles tournament. We are racing to 3 on the A side and 2 on the B side. We are paying out first place $250 and second place $100. This is a monthly tournament. We host it on the first Friday of each month, and we are actively taking signups for February, and we are mostly filled. We do have a few openings. If you are interested in signing up, please contact Chris Boatman or Battlehouse Billiards via Facebook Messenger or by telephone text 541-450-3940. Ross and Curry in the game room waiting for their opponents, Metcalf and Jean. Looks like we'll be lagging for the first break. Over on table 2, AJ Friedrich and Rick Turner going up 2-0 on Kraus Watson. All right, Tim Curry and Logan Metcalf on the lag. And this lag looks like it'll be going to Tim Curry, both players hitting just a little bit too soft. First break, Ross Curry, Metcalf and Jean taking a seat. Battlehouse Billiards, where every rack is a battle. This is January Scotch Double Trouble. Thank you for joining us this evening. Tim Curry on the break. All right, Tim Curry, Brian Ross looking to control this rack here, 1 by 1. There goes the 2. Tough to get shape on the 5 off this 3 here. We're going to have to put top on the ball, and it's going to roll right at the dang thing. So he's going to have to hit it with a little bit of steam. Nice shot from Brian. Rolls into the 7. I think Tim plays a nice stop shot here and leaves his teammate with a straight in 7. Tim missing the 5, leaving it for his opponent. Tommy Jean to the table. We'll see him quickly sweep this 5 up, leave the 7 for his his teammate Logan. Good leave from Tommy. I think a little bit more would have been nice, just so that cue ball is rolling back towards the 7 off the 6. Logan looking to make something happen here, hitting it stiff. I think he would have got slightly better results just hitting it with pocket speed, but that's because it crashed into the 8. Leaves Tommy kind of long here. It's also a thin cut, so the cue ball is going to keep most of its momentum, and it's going to roll right on top of this 8. Tommy with a lucky safety. Brian taking his time on this shot. I think he's got nothing but the long bank. If he pockets that long bank, he's going to leave Tim nicely on the 8. He needs to hit it hard enough that he doesn't leave the 7 in the corner, though. You don't want to hang one of the last 3 balls of the rack. Good speed on the hit, just the wrong angle. And I think we played another safety here. Let's go to a side view and see if it tells a different story. Yes, Logan is hooked behind this 9. I think we'll see either a jump shot or a rail first hit here. Logan going for the long kick on the 7 and looking to pocket this in the corner. Not a bad call and a good hit. And he hooks him behind the 8. This is going to be a game of kick shots. I think we'll see Tim play. Tim going for 2 rails here. These are really accurate if you know how to shoot them. That'll do, leaving his opponent very difficult. Logan and Tommy talking about what to do with this. I think I would play a safety and just push this into the rail. I think that's what Logan is telling him. He got lucky skimming the side of the 8 there, not pushing it out of the way. Good hit. Brian's got nothing but the kick bank here. Over on table 2, Faith Kraus, Pam Watson looking to get on the board still. Turner Friedrich putting up the 3rd win and taking him down. That is it for the first set of games in round 1. Next up on table 2, Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor versus AJ Friedrich and Rick Turner. Tommy weighing his options here. I think a simple kick on, or I'm sorry, bank in the side is pertinent. Good attempt. And he left his opponent hooked. Brian talking about maybe doing the long rail for a hit, but all right, players entering the room for table 2, Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor versus Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich. Both teams looking to stay on the A side here and to advance to the hot seat match. Good hit by Tim Curry and a weird leave for Logan. This 8. Looks like Logan is going to kick. I'm sorry, bank. Cut this 8. Oh no! Saved by the nipple. Rolls it right up table. Tommy Jean with a pocketable 9 ball here in the corner. The only thing he needs to watch is the scratch right back at him. This cue ball is going to keep most of its momentum because of how thin that hit is. It will likely carry enough momentum for the scratch. Misses the 9 and the scratch. Brian Ross to the table for a pretty pocketable 9. Needing to strike first blood here. Keep the momentum. Uh-oh. Ooh. Good shot from Brian. Almost scratch. Brian Ross, Tim Curry getting on the board with first blood versus Metcalf Jean. Over on table 2, we're still getting set up with Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor versus Rick Turner, AJ Friedrich.
Metcalf, Gene getting on the board. We have a 1-1 race here on table 1. Over on table 2, still 0-0. Brian Ross with the big break, pocketing balls and leaving something on the 1. Not an awesome shot, but there's something there. I would not do a push out on this if it were me. Let's see how Tim handles it. I think this 2 plays into the side pocket, off the 8, or clean. I'm sorry, the 1, rather. Or take the 8. Good shot. Not a great leave on the 1 here. Look for a cross bank from Brian. I like the cross bank in the side here. Let's see how Brian plays it. Uh-oh. 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 Breaks. Break check from Brian Ross. Good hit. Mike Taylor going for the cross bank on the 1. Also getting a 2-way shot here. Getting lucky with the hook on the 6. Tim, no stranger to 2 and 3 rail hits if necessary. I think that those lanes are blocked at the moment. Let's go to a side view and see how much room he's got around this 6. He does have enough room to come off of this rail, get as close to this side pocket as possible with some right English, load this bad boy up. Bad hit. Not quite enough right English on that shot. You needed to open that angle up a little bit more. Tommy Jean to the table with ball in hand. Easy to get the 1-2 here. Good shape on the 2. And a good line to be able to draw off this 2 back for shape on the 3. I don't think the 6 presents a problem here. Logan's draw looked like slight bottom right, rolls up just a little bit in the wrong direction, but still leaves a pocketable ball for Tommy, looking for the cut. And he misses. Leaves the 3 on the bottom rail with a cuttable shot. The cue ball will have plenty of speed to come back up for the 4. Brian just needs to make sure he does not leave his partner behind this 6 or 9. Let's see if he puts right or left English. I would play this with left English and try to come wide of the 9-6. Brian misses the 3, trying to do too much with the cue ball there. If you are just tuning in, this is January Scotch Double Trouble here at Battlehouse Billiards in Grants Pass, Oregon. This is a double elimination 9-ball Scotch doubles tournament. We are playing BCA rules that are slightly modified. There is no 9 on the break, but early 9s are allowed. 3 foul rule is in effect. We're paying first place $250 and second place $100. Nice shot from Logan. Dribbles it in here and leaves Tommy a shot on the 6. If Tommy plays the cut on the 6 here, he's not going to be able to hold the cue for the 9. He will have to go all the way up and back with the cue ball. If I'm Tommy, I'm playing something like this on my 6. I'm going to load it up with a little bit of right English. so that it does not scratch, and the cue ball comes back down around the table, something like this for a shot on the 9. Too soft. You can see that cue ball rolling right on the line that I drew. If he had just hit that harder, it would have rolled right up for a shot on the 9 for his opponent. I'm sorry, for his teammate rather. Now Logan with a difficult shot on the 9. This is a double kiss on the regular bank, so I think he should play for the cross bank. Tim Curry looking to see if this 9 is frozen or not. Logan maybe looking to thin the 9 and send the cue ball back to the other end of the table. I don't like that shot. That lets Ross and Curry fire at it. This is me. I'm going for the win. Logan launching the 9 ball, going for the win, misses. Tim Curry to the table. This is a pretty pocketable ball for Tim, even in his shorts. I don't know that I've seen Tim wear pants. Tim dribbles the 9 in. Ross Curry going up 2-1 against Metcalf Gene. Over on table 2, we still have a 0-0 race. Both teams trying to get to this 9. Tim Cotton with ball in hand. Tim Curry. I have a friend named Tim Cotton, so I keep confusing that. I apologize, Tim. Tim Curry with ball in hand. Pockets the 1, no problemo. Brian Ross with a great shot on the 2. This 3 ball looks like Brian just needs to put a touch of left English on the 2. Brian Ross with the miss on the 4. Does hide it behind the 7 here, though. Let's see if Logan's got enough room to put this 4 in the side pocket. He's setting up quick. He must have the room that he needs. I think he's going to end up overcutting this and coming up short. Oh, pockets it. And the scratch. No. Ouch. That's going to be a problem for Metcalf Gene with Ross Curry on the table on the hill with ball in hand. I would not want to be playing against Ross Curry right now. Metcalf and Jean holding their breath that some mistake is made here. Brian and Tim not apt at making mistakes. Nice floater shot from Tim. Rolls a little bit past ideal shot location. Brian's going to have to go 2 rails here for shape for his teammate. Wow, Brian putting some stuff on that ball, trying to make something happen, and just misses that thing. Looked like he loaded it up with a good amount of speed and some spin. Both things can cause the object ball to be thrown. Brian may have had the right shot line there, but either the speed or the spin throwing his object ball off the line. Tommy Jean just needs to pocket this 9. I'm sorry, this 7. Oof. All right, allowing Ross Curry back to the table. Great shot by Tim. Great leave. I would think Brian Ross can pocket this 9. Looks like Ross and Curry moving on to the hot seat. Yes, they are. Great shot, great out. Tough match. Metcalf Jean moving into the loser bracket. They may just see these guys later on. We'll be right back with you with the first match of our losers bracket. That next match is Wallace Williams versus Carter Dudley.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image. Invite a commentator from anywhere in the world. EvoSports is the evolution in billiards entertainment. Live streaming has never been easier. Simply enter your name, add your race length, and start your stream. Join us on YouTube at EvoSports Streaming or at EvoSports.live.
Over on table 2, Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich. Going down 1. Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor with first blood on the board. All right, this is going to be the first game of the B side. Both teams hungry for redemption. Carter Dudley getting put into the B side by Metcalf and Jean. Wallace and Williams getting put into the B side by Ross Curry. This is game 7, and the loser will be going home, will be the first team sent home this evening. Nobody wants to be sent home first. This is going to be a good race. Wallace and Williams play together a lot, and Carter and Dudley shoot great pool. Thank you for joining us. If you're just tuning in, this is Chris Boatman, your host here at Battlehouse Billiards, and this is January Scotch Double Trouble, a Scotch doubles 9-ball tournament. This is double elimination. The buy-in is 50. First place 250, second 100. The winner of tonight's tournament is automatically entered into our February edition. We have a few openings left in our February tournament. If you are listening and would like to sign up, please contact Chris Boatman or Battlehouse Billiards via Facebook Messenger or by phone 541-450-3940. We are playing on 2 7-foot diamond Blue Label Pro-Am tables this evening, streaming to you live with EvoSports. Our ball sets are Aramith Premium. Bracketing and Fargo rating when it applies, brought to you by Digital Pool. These tables are covered in Simonis 860 Tournament Blue, and it is pretty new, and these balls are polished. They play fast. Over on table 2, Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor with 1 point, and Rick Turner, AJ Friedrich with 1 point. It is a 1-1 race. The winner of that race on table 2 will meet Brian Ross and Tim Curry in the hot seat match. Players all getting a few strokes in before they start. They've been sitting for a few minutes. Dan Dudley and Chris Wallace on the lag, and that is going to be Dan Dudley. Both players hitting pretty hard. Again, these tables playing quick. Both players must have stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. Thank you for joining us here at Battle House Billiards, where every rack is a battle. And it looks like just the rack is the battle for Dan. Struggling to get a tight set of balls here. Looks like he's pleased with this rack. Over on table 2, Rick Turner, AJ Friedrich go up 2-1 on Chris Sinopoli, Mike Taylor. Again, the winner of table 2 advancing to meet Brian Ross and Tim Curry in the hot seat match. This is a true double elimination tournament. If you come back from the B side, you will have to double dip the hot seat winner. Dan Dudley on the break. Rattles the 4, rattles the 7. And Chris Wallace to the table. See if he can get something started for he and his partner, Tammy. Looks like we'll play a draw off the 1. Get out from behind there. Chris hooks his teammate. Jump shots are allowed here at Battle House Billiards. This is a difficult position to be in for a jump shot. I think Tammy's playing the right shot here. Go for a good hit on the 2. It's early in the match. Hopefully that 2 All right, we've got a good hit, but unfortunately left the 2 pretty wide open for Linda Carter. Linda Carter to the table. One of the locals that teaches lessons for anybody out there watching, interested in getting some pool lessons. Linda Carter has been in the women's pro circuit. Great shot. Good table knowledge. Unfortunately, she misses there and allows Chris back to the table, who quickly pockets the ball and leaves Tammy this 3. This is a pretty routine shot on the 3. I think if she just pockets the 3 in the corner with some draw, she's going to leave Chris beautifully on the 4. Just a little bit of draw. Medium speed. Uh-oh. Well, again, jump shots are allowed here at Battle House Billiards, and it looks like Chris may be going for his jump cue here. I'm not sure. He did grab a different cue just now, and this looks short. I think we'll look to Chris to try to complete a jump shot on the 4. Let's go to the side view to see if we can see a better angle on this action. Nice shot by Chris, but jumps the cue off the table also. Downside to playing towards towards the long rail, or near the rail rather, with a jump shot. If you don't hit your target ball on the down, it typically is going to table foul. Dan Dudley with ball in hand, drawing big off the 5, trying to make something happen for Linda, and runs right into the 6, making it weird. Linda, not much but a kick shot here. I don't see a good option for a bank, nor do I see a good safety play. Linda, if she shoots this, yeah, playing for the kick bank, just a touch of left. Great shot by Linda Carter. Pockets the 6 in the corner, leaves Dan the 7 in the side. It'll play off the long rail and roll right out for the 8 if he gets the right speed on this. Dan not wanting to miss the ball. Maybe could have put a little more on it, but definitely left Linda pocketable ball here on the 8. A little bit steep, but it's close to the pocket. Linda probably going for her extension here. This cue ball is going to play pretty natural shape for the 9, as long as she doesn't overhit this. This is going to go off the rail, off the short rail by the 8, all the way back up table off of the other short rail where Linda's standing, if she wants to leave Dan nicely for the 9. Oh, Linda misses the 8 and gives ball in hand. That is going to hurt. Wallace and Williams likely getting on the board here with first blood. Linda not happy with herself after that shot for sure. Nice shot by Tammy. Rolling the cue ball up table. Could have been a little shorter on the 9 for her partner Chris, but this is a very makeable shot. Over on table 2, we still have a 1-2 race. Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor with 1. Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich with 2. Chris Wallace pockets the 9 and they strike first blood. This is a shorter race than the A side, so that also puts them on the hill. Race to 2 on the B side. Carter Dudley are now on their heels and on the ropes. We need to be playing some smart 9-ball pool if they look to meet Wallace Williams on the hill. Chris Wallace racking for his partner, Tammy Williams. Chris looking to jump the 2-ball instead of playing for a single rail or 2-rail hit. Hits the 2-ball on the up swing and gives ball in hand to Dan Dudley. Dan and Linda need to capitalize on this ball in hand opportunity and get on the board. Dan and Linda making quick work. Need to make sure they don't make too quick of work. Linda needs to pocket this 5 for Dan. Nice shot. Rolls right up above the 6 where she needed it for the easiest shot on the 6. Dan needs to pop this out and leave Linda for the 8 in the side, and Dan back in the corner. Great shot by Dan Dudley. I would look for Linda to play just a little bit of follow off of this 8 and leave Dan in the corner. Dan and Linda linking up here, doing well on this rack, looking to get on the board, put the pressure back on Chris and Tammy. Over on table 2, we still have a 1-2 race, and it looks like some discussion between tables. Nice out by Carter Dudley, getting on the board. We have a hill race on the B side on table 1. Rick having discussion from table 2 with Dan and Linda from table 1. Linda says, "Don't touch my stick." Dan Dudley on the break here. Let's see if he can pocket a ball and keep control for his team. A lot of action on the balls here, but it looks like a dry break. Unfortunately, Chris Wallace and Tammy Williams with first turn at the table. Game 2, table 2 rather. Rick Turner, AJ Friedrich taking down Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor, advancing into the hot seat match. Just barely beating Chris and Mike. Chris and Mike moving down into the losers bracket will be meeting the winner of Tammy and Chris versus Dan and Linda. Next up on table 2, Aaron Cornett, Gina Kinney versus Faith Kraus and Pam Watson. Back here on table 1, Linda breaking out her trusty extension bridge. That bridge head custom made by a friend of hers, as well as her rack there. You see Linda's cue rack in the corner. If you're interested in one of these types of cue holders, you can reach Linda Carter. If you do not have her contact information, reach out to Battlehouse Billiards or Chris Boatman, and we will get you in touch. Tammy Williams to the table with a pretty good shot on the 1, combo into the 8. Misses the combo, but leaves her opponent poorly. Looks like Dan is hooked behind the 6 for pocketing the 1, but he may be able to just see a sliver for a good hit. Probably best to thin the 1 here. Wrong tool. Let's see. We thin the 1, just touch the 1. Cue ball comes over here somewhere, leaves his opponents with no shot. Just thin the 1. Just barely touch it, Dan. Dan strokes the 1 pretty stiff. I think looking for the two-way shot also, or the safe shot. Unfortunately, opens up the 1 in the corner. Chris also trying to play for the safety shot. Brings the 1 out far enough for Linda to pocket. The 2 ball is pretty makeable from the majority of the table as long as Linda doesn't leave Dan behind traffic. The trick will be to not leave the cue ball behind the 6 or the 9. If she loads this with right English, she may be able to hold it. Good speed, wrong angle. Tammy Williams to the table now with a good look on the 2. It's going to crash into this 7-3, so she does need to make sure that she doesn't leave her teammate with a safety. And she does leave her teammate poorly. I would have hit that a little harder if I were in Tammy's position, just to get the 3 and the 5 out of there. Chris back to the table. I see a short cue. I think we're looking at another jump shot here from Chris. And it's only about a half ball. He's not jumping over the full height of the 3 ball, making this easier. However, it is against the rail, so it's very narrow margin. Chris successfully jumps and gets a good hit, but misses the 2. Good attempt from Chris Wallace on the jump there. Not giving ball in hand. Tammy and Chris definitely. Tammy could have played that a little stiffer for Chris and left him a shot, but got caught in traffic. Nice cut on the 2 by Dan. Linda has a few options here. And the cut to the corner is a high risk of scratch in the side. The cross bank for this into the side pocket by herself, low risk of scratch. Linda trying the cross bank. Oh, good attempt. Good attempt by Linda Carter. Tammy Williams back to the table with a thin look on this 3 ball. Not sure if she can even see it. She may have to go bottom rail or top rail to get to it. No, she can see it. It's wide open. The risk here is going to be pocketing this 3 and running the cue ball into the corner. She needs to watch for the scratch here. Playing the shot with bottom is going to keep it from rolling on that shot line. It's going to turn that into a 90-degree tangent, and her cue ball will roll off of this past the nipple. But she needs to hit bottom. You can see that she's jacked up here. Or the bottom shot. Good bottom English. Comes off the top rail. And a beautiful leave on the 5. But unfortunately, Chris is on the 4. So he's got some work to do. Over on table 2, players have lagged for the first break. Gina Kinney on the first break. Uh-oh, looks like Tammy may have left this 5 straight into the corner. Rolls up nicely for the 6 for Carter Dudley. Then the work is getting back to the 7, but with the right angle, pretty doable. Dan sinks the 5, leaves Linda the 6 with a little bit of angle. Let's see if she plays this 2 rails with right English or 1 rail with bottom. I think she had a little right on it, and it ended up popping out just for her a little to the right, unfortunately. This is pocketable. It's a little bit steep. The cue ball is going to be sent flying down to the top of the table and back. Dan going for the long bank. And this is 9 ball, ladies and gentlemen, so they keep their turn. Chris Wallace, already halfway to the table, has to walk back to sit down. Linda to the table has the 8 in the side here. Risk of scratch in the corner. If she hits this with pocket speed, I think it's thick enough that it'll slow the cue ball down quite a bit. Yeah, these angles are pretty scary. Oof! Nice shot by Linda. Leaves Dan a little bit long, but making the ball and not scratching more important than leaving your teammate perfectly. Dan Dudley with a good look at the 9 here. Let's see if he can wrap this up. Dan Dudley and Linda Carter with the win, advancing to round 2 of the losers bracket, putting out Chris Wallace and Tammy Williams. Chris and Tammy, thank you both for coming out tonight to Battle House Billiards and playing in our January Scotch doubles troubles. I'm sorry, Tammy, you thought you had another game. It is a race to 2 on the B side. Man, heartbreak. Next up on table 1 is game 9. For game 9, game 9 is Carter Dudley versus Sinopoli Taylor up on table 1. If you are on the A side in the hot seat, you will be waiting a while. Ross Curry and Turner Friedrich will be playing for the hot seat, but there's a few games before that. Over on table 2, we still have a 0-0 race. Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney versus Faith Kraus, Pam Watson.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image. Invite a commentator from anywhere in the world. EvoSports is the evolution in billiards entertainment. Live streaming has never been easier. Simply enter your name, add your race length, and start your stream. Join us on YouTube at EvoSports Streaming or at EvoSports.live.
Thank you for joining us here at Battle House Billiards, where every rack is a battle. This is January Scotch Double Trouble, a 9-ball Scotch doubles tournament. It is double elimination BCA rules, with one exception, no 9 on the break. $250 is on the line for the first place team and $100 for the second place team. First place will automatically earn a spot to defend their title in the February edition of Scotch Double Trouble. If you are interested in playing in next month's tournament, please contact Chris Boatman or Battle House Billiards on Messenger or via phone 541-450-3940.
Over on table 1, Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney going up 1-0 on Faith Krause and Pam Watson. First blood. Oh no! Linda with a scratch on table 1, giving ball in hand to Mike Taylor. Mike and Chris looking to go at first blood in this match. Have a pretty easy out here on the 8-9. Chris needs to take his time here. Pocket this. This is not just a game with friends. This is money on the table. And you are in the B side already. Take your time, focus, chalk your stick, and pocket this 9. Get on the board. Chris Sinopoli dropping the 9, striking first blood against Dan Dudley and Linda Carter. Dan to the table to rack. Over on table 2, Aaron and Gina going up 2-0 on the hill now. I'm sorry, with the win against Faith and Pamela. Faith and Pam, thanks for coming out to Battle House Billiards. Oh, maybe we have a mistake on the score. All right, thanks for joining us here at Battlehouse Billiards. If you are watching online, we are waiting on table 2 to move into the next game. Over on table 2, Faith Kraus and Pam Watson looking to get on the board. Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney with First Blood and On the Hill. Both. This is the B side. Race to 2. We'll be right back with you. All right, thanks for joining us. The hot seat match. Winner of this moves into the hot seat. Tim Curry lagging against Rick Turner. Tonight's match is a true double elimination tournament. The winner of this game will have to be beat twice in the finals. This is our match for the hot seat here at Battlehouse Billiards. This is our January edition of our Scotch Double Trouble. This is a 9-ball double elimination Scotch doubles tournament. We are playing underneath the BCA rules. 3-foul rule is in effect. The only modification to the BCA rule set is no 9 on the break. We are alternating racks tonight. Brian Ross and Tim Curry, undefeated, facing Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich, who are also undefeated as of yet this evening. Plenty of pool left for both of these teams, regardless of the outcome of this match. Big advantage to the winner of this match, though. It's important. AJ looking at the 1-5 combo, I believe. Nice shot by AJ and leaves Rick a shot on the 1. Over on table 2, we have a hill race. Aaron Cornett and Gina Kinney versus Faith Krause, Pamela Watson. The winner of table 2 will move on to play Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean. Rick makes quick work of the 1, crashing into the 8. Leaves AJ nicely on the 2. The 3's wide open. Getting to the 4 off of the 3 will be a trick. Unless AJ leaves Rick on the right side of the 3 ball. AJ misses the 2 and hides it. Lucky shot from AJ Friedrich. Leaves Tim Curry a pile. Tim not scared of a challenge. And a proficient kick bank shot maker, as well as 2-rail player. I think we'll see contact here. Good hit by Tim. Not giving ball in hand today. Rick Turner back to the table, looking at the 2. pretty makeable. As long as he doesn't overhit the 2, he will leave AJ the 3, no problem. Again, getting shape on the 4 is going to be the trick here. The 4 goes in 2 pockets. You can play the 4 here in the corner, or you can play it into the side. Getting to either side of that 4 is going to be difficult off this 3. AJ misses the 3 and leaves his partner no shot on the 4 anyway. Laughing back to his chair. Brian Ross with a great look on the 3 and natural shape on the 4. He's got an inch or 2 off the rail, so it should be plenty of distance to get past the side pocket with no interference. Just a touch of top to roll up table. Way too hard. Unless he's looking to leave his opponent the 9. I'm sorry, his teammate the 9 here. I think that was a tough leave. I think he should have played for the 4, 6, 8 out. This 4-9 isn't wired, and he's got to cross the other side. Tim looking to still put the 4 in the corner, looking at the kick bank here. High risk shot. That must be a 7, not a 4. Tim fired at the 6. Looking at the 6 ball here, Rick has got the cross bank back at himself. Or a great safe. I can't tell if Brian can see this ball. Let's go to the side view to look. Oh, nice try by Brian. I didn't think that was good. That was a great attempt. AJ and Rick back to the table. No problem on the 6, and it plays natural shape for the 7 here. I would put just a touch of ride on it. Great shot by Rick Turner, but a trash leave for his partner. Good attempt by AJ and a good hit on this 8. I'm still trying to figure out what happened over on table 2. Brian Ross on the cut, drops the 9 for first blood on the board. Okay. I just saw what happened on table 2. Faith tried to cut the 9 into the corner. It was thin. It floated and hung. The cue ball went 2 rails, bottom and top rail, all the way back and bumps the 9 in. Faith Kraus with the 9 ball for her teammate. Moving into the next round versus Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean. Nice shot by Faith. A little bit of luck there. Back here on table 1, Tim Curry trying to leave Rick poorly. Unfortunately, rolls just a little too far. Rick's got the 1 here, and with some bottom English, cue ball will crash into the 2. I'm sorry, into the 8 and leave his partner the 2. Slow speed shot, slow medium, bottom English. Looks like he's hitting too far up. I think he's going to come off the backside of the 8 and roll out of shape. He needs to hit this with bottom. From this angle, it looks like it wouldn't matter. That was the smarter play by Rick. Rolling out for the 2, but he just hangs the 1. All right, after that great shot by Faith Kraus. Next up on table 2 is Faith and Pam Watson versus Logan Metcalf, Tommy Jean. Everyone's scrapping it out here at Battle House in the B side. Tim looking to cut the 2 in the corner here. Probably crash into the 7. Nice shot, left his partner good on the 3. Brian thinking of how to leave his partner good here. This shot is definitely harder to cut the 3 to the right, but if he executes that with bottom English, he's going to crash. He'll crash into this 6 and get it off the rail, which he's going to need. If he plays this into the top left corner, this direction, his cue ball is going to play just like it did, into the 7 and out of the way for the 6. Brian stabs at it a little bit there. Little jabby on his shot. Would have been a little better executed with follow through and staying down on the shot. Brian, a good pool player, definitely knows better than jabbing at it. AJ and Rick talking about shape now on the 6, again being the problem. Cross bank on the 3 would leave a good shape on the 6 here. Nice shot by AJ. Doesn't leave his partner much here, but it looked good on the way down. Over on table 2, we are off and running in our race. 0-0 match at the moment. If you're just tuning in, this is January Scotch Double Trouble here at Battlehouse Billiards in Grants Pass. This is a double elimination tournament with a race to 3 on the A side and a race to 2 on the B side. First place tonight, walking away with $250 in their pockets. Second place, $100. First place gets to come back in February and defend their title. Tonight's tournament is being played on 2 Diamond Blue Label Pro-Am tables with Simonis 860 Tournament Blue felt. These are Aramith Premium ball sets. We are streaming to you live using EvoSports. Never miss the action. Bracketing system and ratings brought to you by Digital Pool and Fargo Rate. Brian asking Tim to take a look at the shot, talking about where this cue is running. Tim knows well the cue is going to run down for the 8 into the top corner. Good shot by Brian. Left his teammate a little close to the 8, but fortunately it looks to be pretty dang straight. Just a slight cut. Oh, and Tim chunks it. Tim Curry and Brian Ross trying to get on the hill with that 8 ball. Rick and AJ holding their breath, certainly hoping that that Tim would miss. If I'm AJ, I'm shooting this 8 ball with just a touch of left and bottom. Looks like he hit it with straight English, potentially just a touch of bottom. but definitely left Rick good, but could have been better. Rick Turner should be able to pocket this ball and join Brian and Tim with a win. Oh, and Rick with the 9 almost scratches in the side. They're on the board. Winner of this game is in the hot seat. This race. Over on table 2, we still have a 0-0 race. Over on table 2, Metcalf Gene with first blood. Tommy Gene on the break. All right. Faith Kraus and Pam Watson getting on the board over on table 2. We have a 1-1 race. Hill on table 2. The winner will be advancing to game 12 versus Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor. And it looks like we've got our guest commentator for the evening, Dan Dudley, joining us.
Hello, everybody.
The winner will be advancing to game 12 versus Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor. I've got your audio in the background, Dan.
Yeah, I can hear that. I'm moving out of the area.
Oh, I see. Dan, did you see Faith's shot in the last game where she hit the 9 twice and went in the pocket?
I didn't. Oh, yes, I did. The whole room saw that.
Cut the 9 and then it went all the way down table and back the cue ball, and what a roller coaster of emotions. That was, while it was an accident, maybe it was the shot of the night just for dramatic purposes.
Totally. And it is funny because the entire living room can hear the elation from the pool room, but it's ahead of time.
Yeah.
So you hear the elation and then you turn to the TV and you watch the shot, and it's kind of, yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, I wish it was a little more sound deadened there so that didn't happen, but that's all right.
Yeah. But yeah, great. What a shot. That's 9-ball. We were just talking about it. Like that's the essence of 9-ball right there. You can completely miss a shot and yeah, you're okay.
You could completely miss a shot and still win the game somehow. That's 9-ball, baby.
Yeah.
I used to not care for it much, but I was always comparing it to 8-ball, which is still my game of choice. But when I stopped doing that and just accepted it for being an entirely different game, it became a lot more fun, and I stopped being frustrated with the differences and embraced them. I'm going to draw on the table for fun, but things like 9-ball, there's all kinds of new shots that can happen. For example, banking this 1 here, if this 2 was the cue ball, if I was going to bank this 1 back in the side, I'm going to aim to be center pocket to miss just short, because a lot of times if you miss just short, it comes back in this side. So you really, if you hit it stiff, and the same thing is true for the long banks, right? You're going this way, trying to bring something back here. If you hit just short of this nipple, majority of the time it drops right in this pocket. So
within reason, cue ball spin and frictions, like it does funky stuff to the ball. So you might hit a ball in one direction and spin might throw it away from that line. It might put enough spin on the object ball that when it hits the rail, it doesn't go where it's normally gonna go.
Yeah, you could impart some spin on the object ball and change that rail a little bit on accident.
There's a lot of things at play, but you're right. When you hit a true ball that doesn't have any side spin, it definitely it can definitely miss and still go opposite side.
Definitely not shaking your hand near my opponent.
I think Rick's looking to see if this 1 is frozen or not. Probably going to be thinning the 1, tucking it behind the 5. Let's go to the side view because I don't think it goes by the 5-ball. Yeah, I think we'll look to AJ to just thin this 1, just touch the rail. That's why they were looking to see if it was frozen. Hit that way too hard, but it worked out.
Rick might have a cross bank here, but it's oh, this is Tim shooting, sorry.
Yep, that's okay. Yep, Tim Curry shooting. I think he was...
What a shot. Nice shot.
I think he could have made the cross bank. That looked like it was running right at it, but looked like he was going for the safety play, and I don't know if it quite took. I think Rick's got this 1 ball. Yeah, Rick's got this one ball.
Wanted a little bit more out of the cue ball.
I'm surprised to have seen him put either left or bottom on it. I think he's just trying to maybe leave his teammate a shot, but
to be honest, even if he cleared the 6, where's the 2 ball going? But you know, it's I kind of want to.
Yeah, I mean, Rick had, this type of a shot here. I would have just rolled my cue forward.
Yeah.
Nice try, AJ.
Good hit.
Yeah, I would have just played that cue ball forward, left my cue anywhere in here, and just played for the bank. But AJ gets out of it with a good hit. No ball in hand for Brian Ross, who's at the table. Brian, however, has got a clear line on the 2. And the 3 ball is also wide open in the corner. So this is going to go probably 2 rails. Brian misses the 2. That's surprising.
Interesting. Now there's really no problems if you make the 2. I guess the 5's kind of not easy, but if you
I think
get
it
good
combos well.
Combos well.
Yep. Or like you said, if you get good on, this side over here.
The short side. Yep. Got lucky off the 3 there.
Well, looks like I might need to do something with the tables down there. Metcalf Gene 1. I need to. Okay. Metcalf Gene with the win over on table 2 versus Kraus and Watson. Metcalf Gene moving into game 12 versus Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor. Tables are reassigned. Players should be able to pull the match up on the tab now.
I'm down here. I can look at that.
Oh, nice. Looks like Tommy Jean and Chris Sinopoli for the lag on table 2. Dan Dudley just checking on the hardware to make sure their game gets started off on the right foot. Chris and Tommy just waiting for Dan to clear the room. Rick with a nice pocketed ball, but leaves AJ with nothing but a kick again. This is 9 ball, and AJ knew he could hit the 5, so he just sent it. Praying for the best. Didn't work out in his favor today. Unfortunately, he left it wide for Tim Curry.
Little too much energy. Nine ball is definitely a game about knowing the table speed. You've got to be able to roll the balls to a position.
Yeah. And the felt's still pretty new on these tables, and the polish is decently fresh. So everything moves pretty quick. I am going to be getting the balls polished this next week for both tables. Oh no, Brian Ross!
Did it hit a rail?
I don't think he hit a rail. Let's go to this. Nope, Rick's grabbing ball, and so it must not have hit a rail.
They saw it. Okay.
Ouch! Oh boy!
What a bummer. Especially.
Oh man, Brian's going to be kicking himself in the ass on that one. He did that in a previous tournament over here, and tells me that he hates watching the replay of it. He counts how many views that video gets. He goes, "Oh man, now 70. Oh, now 80 people saw it." It's funny. Some of the players more comfortable with being on camera or microphone than others. Brian sharing with me earlier that he is not comfortable being on the microphone and still not super comfortable with being on camera. It's funny to me because this is just little old Grants Pass and Battlehouse Billiards, but he knows he's being watched by folks online and that this is a forever video online, so gets in his head about it a little bit.
The stream cam, the playing live for any amount of people can certainly affect how you approach the table. It's the human element.
Yeah. Table 2 was able to get rolling down there, Dan?
Yeah, they should be. Yep, it
Okay,
looks
good.
like Chris and Mike, Logan and
Okay.
and TJ.
Good deal.
Nice shot. I like that shot. Playing safe. You're not rolling into the bottom rail. You're not gonna scratch. You just kind of let it roll down there.
Yeah. Yep. Brian and Tim getting on the board now.
Hill.
Let's see. I think.
Like a hill.
No, I think they accidentally hit a
Oh, it
button on
does.
Turner Friedrich. I think it's 2-1.
I
Ross Curry.
agree. I'm gonna kind of. Oh wait.
They're trying to figure out how to do it. They just need to hit the down or the lower part of the 2. Over on table 2, we still have a 0-0 race. Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor versus Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean. If you are just joining us this evening, this is your host, Chris Boatman, and this is Scotch Double Trouble January edition. We are playing at Battlehouse Billiards in Grants Pass, Oregon. This is a double elimination 9-ball Scotch doubles tournament. True double elimination, meaning that if you win the loser's bracket, you must double dip the hot seat winner. All right. Yes, it looks like we had a mistake there on the score. Brian Ross and Tim Curry with 2. Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich with 1. Brian and Tim on the hill. All right. A few players joining us in the chat room. A few friends. DJ
aka Audio Baron, joining us from the East Coast. What time is it over there, DJ? You guys are 3 hours ahead of us, right? It is 1 in the morning, and you are watching from the East Coast. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the support. Tim Cotton on the break. Tim Curry. Dry break.
Sorry about the delay. Had to check the game out, get things going.
Everything okay?
Yeah, chill on the couch. Faith and I are sitting here commentating on her last game.
Yes.
Oh, right. Faith, tell me about the 2-1 loss there to Logan and Tommy. You came off a big shot against Aaron and Gina, and
a huge shot, and like to come off with like not in the pocket and leaving them with a little run, it sucked.
Well, I appreciate you coming out and playing at Battle House tonight and joining us in our Scotch doubles tournament. Hopefully you had a good time.
Always. It's always great shooting against everybody. I've shot against everybody in many tournaments, so it's like really nice to come out and like play against my partner. And I was playing against Logan METCALF, so it was great. It was a good game.
That is an interesting dynamic. You're playing against your normal teammate.
I know. We always play so many matches together, so to play against them, like we don't play against each other a lot in any tournament. We never get drawn together, so to play against them tonight was definitely interesting. It was good. We all played a really good game.
All right, Rick left pretty weird on the 2 here. Let's go to the side view and see if he's got enough for the bank in the side. I think he could go bank in the side or carom into the 7. He could play the combo into the 7.
If this is me, I'm cutting it in the side. I'm cutting the 2 in the side.
Cutting into the side. All right.
I'm cutting the 2 in the side. I think Rick heard me. Can Rick hear me?
2 side, 7 carom.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like the cue ball does run into the 3. It might clip the 3. It might.
I think that's the 7.
Or the 7. Sorry.
Yep. I think if you'd want to hit the 7, you're going to need to hit some low on the cue. If you want to get around the 7, I say just crash into the 7. Use it as a backstop. It's going to leave you nice on the 3-6. Sorry, Faith, you were going to say something there?
Oh, no. TJ and Logan just rolled into the room, so just
got it.
Got it. We're kind of live commentary right here, right now. So it looks like he's going the other way.
Oh, dang.
Oh, I see. He knew that 3-6 combo was wired, so he was just trying to get into it. He almost got it.
And he left the 2 weird. Like the 2 is weird right now.
Yeah.
Wow. The 2's very weird.
I think he can touch the 2 and he calls the 6. I think he can just see a sliver of it.
Oh, he could. And he made the 3.
Ah, there you go.
9 ball. Oh.
Yeah, so now you're stuck kicking at the 2.
Yeah, Brian and Tim. I don't know if they have a jump cue in their bag, but I don't think they're jump shot players.
And this, even if you're a jump shot shooter, that's a tough
That's a
jump.
tough one.
That cue
Oof.
ball bounces. The cue ball bounces a lot on a shot like that, and you risk flying it off the table very, very easily.
Brian trying for the single rail, gives ball in hand here. Rolls right behind the 2 and out of shape. AJ looking at the early 9. Thinking about it. There's no problems here. I don't know if I play this. I think I trust my skill and my teammates' skill, and I just run this out. Nothing's really a problem here.
I completely agree. I think you shoot the 2 past the 7 or the 3, and you've got an easy out. And this rudimentary.
This is pretty straight though, so I could see why he's tempted, but that's why you don't do it. He's just given control of the table back to his opponent.
You don't know what happens now.
Yeah. The other way you maintain control of the table for 2 or 3 more shots. Yeah, you don't know what happens now. Exactly.
So now it's a 2-6 combo. Maybe leave the 2 in front of the pocket and
come back for the 3-7.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful not to follow the 6 in if that's the plan. Because the 2 pockets also. Yeah.
Or leave yourself a little better on the 2.
Yeah, now you got a banker a cut.
Yeah, it's okay. Rick's still learning.
He definitely hit it too stiff, and he hit it on the wrong side of the 6 to leave the 2 in the pocket. He hit on the long rail side of the 2. If he'd hit on the short rail side of the 2, it would have stayed there. So
well, you still got to cut on the 2 and come off the rail and get that 3 ball, and then your 5's right there. You don't want to hit too hard, but enough to come back.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's it. Called it.
Book.
Ooh,
little too hard, but come back up. You can still make it. You still got your 5 in the side though.
Still not. Oh, that's the 5 and the 7. So that's the 4. They were. Yep. Okay. It's tough to see the colors.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Over on table 2, Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean taking down Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor in a 2-0 battle.
Mike and Chris have something to say about that, but
they said good night.
They said,
"Oh man,
yeah,
damn 9 ball."
Well, those guys shot really well tonight, and they were in sync for most of the evening. So I'm surprised to see them going out without a battle so much. But Logan and Tommy finding some traction there and putting things down. So good shooting to Chris Sinopoli and Mike Taylor. Just tough crowd tonight.
That is 9 ball, and even in a race to 3,
I think we've got a hot seat winner here. Sorry to interrupt. This is pretty routine. Brian left Tim pretty straight on the 9.
There it is.
All right, we're getting down to the final few games here at Battlehouse Billiards in our Scotch Double Trouble January tournament. Brian Ross and Tim Curry taking down Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich, putting them into the B side where they'll meet Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean in just a few minutes. We'll be right back with you.
Rick and AJ not out of the game yet. More games to play.
All right, next up on table one, Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean versus Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich, who were just put into the losers bracket. Brian Ross and Tim Curry undefeated this evening, sitting comfortably in the hot seat, waiting for the next match. All right, if you're just joining us this evening, this is Chris Boatman and Battlehouse Billiards. This is our Scotch Double Trouble January tournament. Brian Ross and Tim Curry in the hot seat. They will be playing the winner of the losers bracket. That game is Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean versus Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich. That will be the next game up on table one in just a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. We'll be right back with you.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image. Invite a commentator from anywhere in the world. EvoSports is the evolution in billiards entertainment. Live streaming has never been easier. Simply enter your name, add your race length, and start your stream. Join us on YouTube at EvoSports Streaming or at EvoSports.live.
All right, we are down to a one-table tournament. All of the games for the remainder of the evening will be played on table one with 2 camera angles. I will discontinue the stream on table 2 in just a moment.
There's a plug-in right behind you.
All right, Tommy Jean on the lag for his team. And Rick Turner on the lag for his. This is going to be a pretty close lag. And I think I can't tell from upstairs. Let's go to the side view. Even the players are having to check it out. I've got a tape measure. You can also use the end of the cue to measure distance. If an agreement can't be made, a relag is also possible. All right, it looks like Rick Turner won the lag and is racking. If you are just tuning in, this is January Scotch Doubles at Battlehouse Billiards in Grants Pass, Oregon. I'm your host, Chris Boatman, and joining me on the mic this evening is my co-commentator, Dan Dudley.
I am here in the kitchen, live with Faith and Renee, actually.
Yes, we are.
Live in the kitchen.
Kind of winging it tonight. This is a live mic night for me.
Dan is our field commentator and reporter out doing the God's good work.
God's good work in the pool community.
Ricky Dale Turner on the break. Sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. Nobody likes scratching. Nobody likes scratching on the break.
No, but you can play that one, or you can play the 1-9-8 combo.
Oh yeah.
Or play the one all the way up for your 2 if you get enough cut on it off the rail.
Faith is definitely on Team Logan tonight.
I sense some bias.
No bias here.
It's okay. I was biased in Renee versus Brett's game a few weeks ago, and I had to remind myself too.
Ooh, 2-9 and locked it up.
Ew.
That's okay. Let's go.
Yeah, this is.
What can you pull out of your hat? A 6 in the corner off the carom. If you play it right.
I think I just thinned the. I think I just thinned the 2 and I hit the 4 to the rail.
2, 8, 9. 2, 8, 9, 6. Damn.
I'm just gonna hit this 2 myself. Real thin.
Excuse me, I'm being called to look at a shot. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Yep. If this is me, I'm gonna hit this 2 ball really thin and get my 4 to the rail. The 2 isn't gonna open up for a shot here, so either that or drive the cue into the rail, hit the 2 first, go this direction. Good hit. Made good contact on the 2 first, drops the 6 and the 8, gives shape for his partner on the 3.
For anybody watching, don't call me to watch a shot, please. Thank you very much. That was a good hit.
It was.
I just hate. That's the.
It's a lot to watch a shot.
Kind of. Oh.
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't call Dan to the table.
Walk upstairs and go.
Not on Monday night, not on Tuesday night.
not on Wednesday night.
Yes.
He'll think about it on Thursday, but it's still a no.
Nice
Just-
shot. Nice shot.
Yeah.
No,
Two
you're-
nights out of the week, and I don't decide the nights. Somebody else does. I don't.
Well, you're too nice of a guy.
Too nice of a guy.
And you're too good of a shot.
You're
So you've got a few
good.
problems there, things working against you.
5. What is? Ooh, what is that? What is?
4.
That's the
Nice try
4,
on the
5.
pick.
Oh, 4, 5, 7. I
Yep.
see. And the colors are tough.
On our side, yep.
Little too good. A little too much.
It can work though. This cue ball is going to go off the right long rail and play back over. Frick puts just a touch of bottom on this. It's going to play pretty much straight off of the 5, I think. If he comes in something like this. Back out here. You just got to watch the scratch though.
I like top side of the side a little bit. See, ooh, yeah. See,
Overshot it.
bottom side of the side scary because your angle's already shorter, and you're like.
So what Dan's saying there is he would have preferred seeing the cue ball played with left English, which would have brought the cue ball off of that rail back up this area. Really opens up this shot line on the 7. This is your window. And Dan was talking about how his angle, which still on the table there, he had a lot more grace. With Rick's angle, he's got just a short little spot to get here, you know.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's all right. You still got a ball in hand right now, so.
AJ.
Tommy Jean quick to grab that ball in hand.
Ball.
Pretty routine 7-9 out here. I think he's in lead Logan, the long 9.
No, but
Drift over for the side. I don't.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play on the side.
I'm okay
He's gonna
with.
cut it.
I'm okay with the side. Nice shot.
There you go. Nice. Very nice. On the board.
Cha-ching.
One more to go. The other ones have 2 to catch up. Or 1 and then the hill.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's
2.
yeah. Logan and TJ on the hill.
Winner of this game advancing to meet Brian Ross and Tim Curry. Winner of this game also getting into the money. So players need to think about every shot being worth something right now. First place tonight paying $250. Second place, $100. Brian and Tim with a good statistical likelihood of taking home first place this evening. But the double dips happen, especially in 9-ball.
AJ just came into the kitchen and let us know how he felt. There was some frustration, definitely some. You can tell he's
He
not,
shit the bed on that last game.
To say it, yeah, to sum things up, he shit the bed on that.
He shit the bed.
Hey, we've all done it.
Hey, well,
I just shit the bed and I just played, but it's fine. It happens.
Figuratively, shit the bed.
Hopefully, you don't do later on in life. Learn from those mistakes.
Yeah, show me a pool player who hasn't screwed up, and I'll show you a liar.
Right.
That was actually one of my favorite things about watching the pros play in Las Vegas this last year, Dan, was seeing that they're human too.
Can I tell you?
I thought
Wait,
Logan was gonna come off the
There's-
bank on that one.
What the? Oh my god!
Faith and I could. We were both. I mean, come on, Logan. You could. We're just. Sorry,
We're just two wild and crazy guys.
two wild and crazy guys. I'm surprised Logan took that shot. I know that there was not a lot going the other direction, but
I thought he was gonna bank off the rail.
yeah. Seemed a little quick too. Little quick.
Logan said, "You're not the only one shit in the bed."
I already admitted I should bet.
So AJ, I'm gonna call it out. AJ's looking at the 3-9 combo right now.
Mm.
Oh, he's
What?
gonna come off a
He's
carom?
trying to leave. He's trying to leave a
leave the
3-9 combo, and I think it's a little ambitious. Let's see.
Let's look at the side view. I think it's doable.
Ooh.
Ooh. I think it is.
Oh, not bad.
Well, here's the problem at this point. It's Rick's only option, so I think we'll see him firing at the 9.
It's also like
You can scratch till you might come past that 6, though. I can't see on this angle past the 6 on the 3, but your
The
cue
three-
ball
the
might
three doesn't,
carry that cue ball to that corner. Oof. That's okay.
he did leave a shot on the 3.
Yeah.
3 to the 4 is weird. Maybe a draw.
I was gonna
Or
say just soft
7?
hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I stopped it, and then you have.
It's tough to see
How much
on the
angle?
screen. It's
Yeah.
I
tough.
feel like
it's-
you have this ball and that one and that one. Oh, no,
but when
4,
can we
5,
get
6.
an array of cameras that we can?
Yes,
I'm
I
fi-
just need a few $100 from each of the opponents,
Yeah, they have this
or each
one,
of the players.
this one,
No, I'm
that
just
one.
joking. It sure would be nice.
Yes.
One thing that I know that some people are playing around with the Evo setup is a top dead center camera, which I would
Yes. Yes.
love.
Tommy needs to draw this back so his
That-
partner has
That would be a
the
great
option on the corner.
yeah, I agree. A little bit of backup, a little bit of stun.
He stuns it, draws it to this pocket, and then his partner has the 8 stun it for the 9 in the corner. You just got, yep, there you go.
Good shot.
Logan don't play it too much, so it draws back, but enough to play that 8. And then you have your partner have the corner pocket 9.
It's a stop shot on the 8.
Yeah.
Exactly. If you get in the right spot. It's
Oh.
a little. So this is no longer a stop
Ow.
shot.
Nope, it is not.
What the? Oh my god!
How
think it-
fuck-
I think he hooked Tommy. I think Tommy's got to go.
I
I
he-
think you can
Can we get
come
the side
off,
view?
I think you can come off that right side
Yeah.
diamond
I'm
and the
going
in
the other
between
way. I'm going
On the
I'm
side?
going. Yep.
this
yep,
way.
Yep. I'm
It's
going.
not the right side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it's a touchscreen. Yeah. Look at that.
Oh,
That's where I would have gone.
okay. Yeah,
Uh,
you know.
Yep. Yep. So much shorter.
Even if you don't get it
So
out,
much
you
shorter.
still leave them up here with
look
it.
at what they've done. They left a stop shot for shape.
Yeah.
Stop shot for shape on the 9.
I would have probably played the long kick myself, just because I could have pocketed it. I don't think the other direction was a pocketable shot.
No, I completely agree, but I think your chances of hitting it and staying alive are
Oof.
probably better if you kick it and you like. Let's say you kick at it and then the 8 goes like down table. You have something going on. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah. That's what we were saying. There's not a right way to do it. I was just sharing. I would have played the long bank. I don't like letting my opponents decide who wins. I want to go for it. If somebody's going to go for a do or die shot, I want it to be me.
Rick,
We
with,
Turner.
Rick with the W. 1-1. Hill.
Rick Turner with the 9. We've got a hill race for the winner of the losers bracket. Loser. One of these guys about to be a winner, playing good enough pool to get out of the loser bracket. I just heard AJ taking a break from the table, talking with the winners of the winner bracket, Brian and Tim, saying that he's going to slow play, trying to wear down those guys to get them tired and cold and out of stroke before they get back to the table. But I think he's got another thing coming. Those guys have to be beat twice. It's going to be a tough challenge for anybody tonight.
I just gave Red Bulls to everybody in the living room, so
We are locked and loaded.
everybody's ready to go.
Yeah. Brian and Tim are pounding Red Bulls, huh?
All right,
Big
we
break
got
from AJ.
threes on the break.
What a couple of balls down. Shot on the 2. Or is that the 1? That's the 1 in the middle. Sorry.
Yep.
Looks like the 9
It is tough to see the balls on the screen.
Yes.
When you're in the
looks like a 9. I keep
it's tough to say that, but when you're in the room, it all makes sense. When you're on the screen, it's difficult to tell the difference between a few of the suits. A few of the colors, yeah.
Every monitor is different also. So your laptop versus your tablet versus your cell phone, they're all going to show different variations. Yep. And you can also play with the settings on your displays, which would help show the difference. In fact, black and white has the highest contrast and is considered the highest definition video images that you can get. So going to a black and white version here. You'd be surprised, black and white, you'd actually be able to tell the difference between the
most definitely.
The 7 and the 4 more easily.
So close on that cut because you'd had your 2 in the side.
But nobody watches black and white anymore. Who does that?
Yeah.
Who is this guy? I love black and white documentaries. If it's black and white, I'm watching it.
Ooh.
Oh, all right.
Dang it. That's
AJ
what happens on 9 ball.
leaning into the pool gods here. Rick going for the kick bank on this? What's he doing?
I'm curious what he's going to do.
Why wouldn't he just shoot it in the corner?
I think you've got to shoot it at the 9. He's trying.
I think he's going to try to hard cut it down the sideline past the 9, or he's going to try to make
kicking at it. Is he kicking at it?
Or he's going to.
I don't know, but he's pulling up his pants a lot. I don't know why he's doing that.
Is he kicking at it?
He's kicking at it.
He's looking at somebody else the whole time.
They're talking some trash, I think. Yeah, he's kicking at this thing. Let's go to the side view for a better look at this shot. You can see if it's on or off right out of the gates.
It's got to have some spin on it.
He's got to go. Yep.
Risky.
Seems risky. I think,
But we don't have enough draw to get it out of that pocket. But I think you can cut that in that side. It's going to be tight like a butthole.
He heard you. Logan heard you.
I think he's going to cut it outside.
He heard you, or he heard his own butthole whistling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't know. The side shot was tough.
It was tight.
It's hard to tell from up here, but definitely.
Probably played a little softer, but this
is a dangerous table now.
The table is looking pretty.
It's pretty runnable.
crispy.
Oh my! What a terrible shot from
Dang
AJ.
To be fair, not the greatest shot I've seen AJ shoot tonight.
No.
Definitely not. But you
He's
can
rushing
definitely
there.
cut this in the corner, but you who didn't.
Same
Everybody just
same could be
puking.
said about Tommy. Does not want to win this game.
Everybody
He went
needs
so
to
fast. I don't know
down.
why
They're
you
not taking their time. They need to slow it down.
You know what's funny is they're all down there just having a bros club, but I don't think anybody really is putting 2 and 2 together that the winner of this game makes money and the loser does not.
There it
Like
is.
they're literally, this is the deciding factor on who makes money and who doesn't.
I don't want to.
I wouldn't be having that much conversation with my opponents, but that's just me if I was literally playing for the dollars right now. But I'm also a little bit more focused on the table. I think
little bit tight. Those rails play tight.
Yep.
Rick just missed the 2 ball in hand for
Just
Logan.
Barely. Don't play too much, but there you go.
I would have liked to seen the cue ball like closer to this.
Yeah.
I would. That's. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong ball.
See, our colors are different over here.
I can't see. I'm looking at the wrong ball. I was playing shape on the.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was the 4. Now he's on the 7.
Yep, all the way up.
7 looks like the 3, and the
Or
3
a
looks like the
bank
7.
in the side, but all the way up for sure.
Yeah, I think.
Oof.
I think if I was playing that last shot that Logan took in the side pocket there, he left Tommy with the long shot all the way down this rail.
Yeah.
If he had just hit it stiffer, it would have went off of this bottom rail and popped back up, and he would have
Left him in the side.
Short.
Or a short
or,
rail down. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's I always
rotation and position play. Rotation games is all about position play, and
I like to say give yourself an opportunity to make the next shot.
Yeah.
Some people shoot a shot and they just let it go wherever. It's like, no, you give yourself make the next shot even better.
Yeah. I don't think that's what Logan was doing. I think he knew that he was leaving Tommy the long shot there, but had he known if he had put a little ride on it or a little more steam, that he would have left Tommy a much shorter, much more statistically pocketable ball. I think he would have played it differently, but
yeah, well, they say hindsight's 20/20.
And here we are, that mistake is what
this could cost the match.
Put Rick behind the 9 ball right now shooting at it, I mean,
yep.
I wouldn't say it was a mistake because he did leave Tommy a shot. I just would have played it a little different is all.
Yeah. Rick taking his time here.
Nothing new there. Rick's won a few awards here. The longest rack. He takes the longest to rack the balls. And he's certainly has the most time fouls out of anybody. Oh, my.
Oh, he used the whole pocket.
Everybody trying to lose this game.
The biggest pocket on the table.
All right, Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich just narrowly taking down Logan Metcalf and Tommy Jean. Close game, guys. Good shooting, everybody. Thanks, Logan and Tommy, for coming out tonight. Hope to see you guys back here at Battle House soon. Next up on the table here is our first finals game. If Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich manage to beat Brian Ross and Tim Curry in the first game, they'll have to do it again. This is a double elimination tournament. Brian and Tim in the hot seat must be bested twice. All right, and thank you for tuning in tonight to Battlehouse Billiards Scotch Double Trouble, our January tournament. This is a 9-ball double elimination tournament. We are playing Scotch doubles underneath the BCA rule format. The only difference being no 9 on the break. First place paying $250, second place paying $100. These two teams playing for those dollars right now. Brian and Tim ready and waiting in the game room for their opponents who just came off of a win. Rick Turner, AJ Friedrich narrowly taking down Logan and Tommy.
A little bit. You might pop down here. I mean, these guys are waiting. Welcome back, everybody, to the Scotch Double Trouble in January. We got Rick, Turner, AJ, Friedrich, Tim and Brian.
All right, this is our finals match here at Battlehouse Billiards. Tim Curry and Brian Ross defending their winners' side wins, looking to go undefeated this evening against Rick Turner and AJ Friedrich. Just a quick side note, I stepped outside a few moments ago to have a conversation with a few players. There was a little bit of animosity after the last match, just about player etiquette. Some of our players play more bar pool, and some of our players play more BCA style rule in tournaments. And there certainly is a much different level of player etiquette in certain circles. And tonight, one of our players was a little frustrated with another's table etiquette. So I needed to have a conversation with a few players. I think it's important for all pool players to, when playing in the space, understand table etiquette and have sportsmanship in their minds and in their hearts as they approach the table in this game. Here at Battlehouse Billiards, we don't allow attitudes or fights or altercations. That wasn't the case today. I think it was a miscommunication, some over celebration, and a little lack of table etiquette. So we will address that in future streams, and I'll make a post about that at some point. But for tonight, everything is fine and over, and players are moving on.
I do think there are two types of pool etiquette, and it's very situational dependent, or it's environmental dependent. So if you're in a bar environment, some antics are allowed, I guess. But there is something to be said about gentleman's pool and how you act in a billiard environment, and part of that is being quiet and silent and not moving around a lot between shots. You think a pro match, when a pro sits down after a shot, there's not a lot of antics, right? There's not a lot of things going on.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's two pretty distinct sets of etiquette, that some of which on the bar side of things are mostly unspoken. Yeah, don't walk in someone's shot line.
Nice shot, Brian.
No, no heckling unless it's an environment where that's promoted, and there are certain tournaments and places where that's a thing. But for the most part, even in bar pool, you're going to ruffle some feathers if you're having poor table etiquette, even at the bar. So, but all things considered, I think mostly it was a miscommunication. We had a player celebrating and another player that felt that it was excessive, and so I think both players have a place to be heard. So,
Oh, totally.
nobody did anything wrong, and there was no harm intended by anybody's actions this evening. Just everybody hears words differently. You hear something different than I do. You hear a tone that maybe I didn't hear. So, one of the things that I've had to learn as just a barely above average player, and probably just average, honestly, but one thing that I've really had to learn was minding my P's and Q's around the more experienced players. It's easy to turn somebody off when they know their way around the table, or they've been playing for longer than you have, or
So I just look to the older audience to kind of set the tone most of the time myself. But anywho, all things considered, it's all behind us now. We're moving on with life. Brian Ross and Tim Curry with first blood in the match here in our finals, getting on the board. AJ Friedrich, Rick Turner fighting their way back from the losers bracket. Meet these guys in the finals. Both teams are making money this evening. This is a race to 3. AJ and Rick earning their way back into the race to 3 A-side format. This is a true double elimination tournament, and with Brian and Tim being in the hot seat, that means that Rick and AJ must beat them in 2 races. All 4 players, great shots.
Rick using the seizure stroke there. Very not many people use the seizure stroke. Rick,
The seizure stroke, yeah. His electrolytes are low, so he's seasoned. All right, getting a little momentum here. No problems on this table at the moment. I see a maybe just follow this 3 a little bit so that you play off of the long rail with the 5 and back over for the 6, or stun shot or a stop shot on the 3 and then draw off the 5.
You could miss the 3.
I guess then the 4th option is just screwing it up entirely.
I didn't. Not the way I would have played it.
No.
Of course, Rick getting a little bit of extra grief, being a good buddy.
Those guys have been shooting pool together longer than I've been shooting pool with Rick. And I've been shooting pool with Rick for almost 20 years now.
Brian hitting the sneaky, teeny little pocket. He hit the left side of the 7 and still squeezed it in the pocket. Great shot. Tim got some work. Maybe a combo. Is he playing the combo? Oh.
Tim really liking those early 9s tonight.
In a short race, you've got to be looking at the 9 ball.
Tim has 2 early 9s this evening. One of them a 3-ball combo.
AJ with the 0-ball combo.
It's pretty jabby with that shot. He didn't follow through or stay down or anything. He kind of just looked like he was running back to his chair before he even hit it.
I feel like that's a sign of you're not confident. He's incompetent in that shot. Not confident. Thank you. I'm sorry. AJ was not confident in himself. Sorry, want to be sure I'm being clear. Is Brian?
Let's look at Masse. Yeah, he's going for Masse here. Decent attempt. Decent attempt.
A little short.
Too much
not
forward
easy.
momentum, I think.
I think the kick looked to me like
better shot for being able to aim. You can aim masse, but
Yeah.
man, full table like that,
Yeah.
the kick was against. I'm a statistics guy, so probability and the probability of pocketing the kick or getting a hit on the kick was way higher.
Yes.
Even for skilled shots, it was just a better shot to take. But I do love a good masse, and I do shoot them every once in a while. But that was a masse to a cut. So that would have been difficult.
You've got to be pretty precise in a shot like that.
I hear a cat.
Oh, yes. Gizmo has come to say hi.
That's great. I can't wait till we get the camera, the commentator-facing cameras. That'll be something that's pretty fun. If these balls are frozen, then he can push straight through like this. They must have been.
It did not look frozen to me.
Tim knows.
That's up to them to call the shot. It's not our job.
I've been playing pool against Tim in men's league, and the push shot is a foul in men's league also. And I've been playing against him for the entire time that I've played men's league. So he knows that shot. If they must have been frozen, or he wouldn't have shot that. Otherwise, that was a foul.
I would argue that a double kiss foul is probably tougher to see than the 8 and the 2 ball, or the 3 and the 7 ball. Like from the screen, from right here where I'm sitting looking at the table.
No, we wouldn't know from up here. I'm just saying if they were frozen, then it was.
Yes. Yep.
It's.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
and
there is no double hit if they're frozen. You just push
and
them.
That's why it's important as an opponent when you're watching your opponent play, you need to be ready to call a ref at any moment. Like, you need to be aware of the game. What is this guy trying to do? Why is he shooting this way? What is this? Could this be a foul? And if it is, raise your stick. Like, that's the in Lincoln City, that's the, in Vegas, Lincoln City, big tournament, that's the way you put your cue up in the air, right? You call a ref.
AJ just a little poorly here. But yeah, I agree, Dan. I think, and we were just talking table etiquette a few minutes ago. AJ's got a good look at a cut here. Just got to watch the scratch. Oof. We were talking table etiquette earlier. So when calling a ref to the table, obviously you need to say something before your opponent's down. But I watch the table and I know what shots are going to be close. And if my opponent is in a position to even see a shot that's close, I just say, hey, please let me know what you're shooting before you get down on the ball.
Absolutely.
I may want to call a ref.
There it is. What are you going to do?
Well, before they're, they go, I don't know what I'm going to do. Yeah, I say, great. Before you do set up on the ball and call your shot, I would like to know, because I may want to call a ref.
Yes. Yeah.
And at the same time, if you're the active shooter on the table, I enjoy calling a ref without even making eye contact with my opponent. I'll make a shot and I know my cue ball's rolling into a spot that's going to need a ref. I won't make eye contact. I'll walk out to the center aisle and put my stick up.
Yeah.
I've called a ref on myself.
No.
And you know what? The mental side of that is what's interesting to me, because if you call a ref on yourself, your confidence is still intact. You're not shaken in any way. But when your opponent calls a referee, for the vast majority of people, when your opponent calls a referee, you're shaken. You end up cutting something thinner or thicker than it needs to be to go. And you end up just making the good hit instead of pocketing the ball. Or you foul because you've been in your head for 5 minutes waiting for a ref. But the point is, I enjoy calling a ref on myself and not even letting my opponent have that opportunity.
To be fair, I don't think Rick should be kicking at this ball.
Well, it's the 9 ball, and I would want a guaranteed hit because it's a loss.
Look at what he's done.
Well, he lost.
And
he put him on the hill. It was a bad shot choice. He should have went for a guaranteed hit, even if it was a lower probability of pocketing.
Yeah, just all he had to do was touch the 9, kick it up to the side rail, leave a funky,
Yeah.
like gently put the it.
He could have rolled the cue right up on the 9 if the 9 wasn't frozen and left a
Put the-
weird, like
So many ways to do that.
or put the 9 back on the top rail and left the cue on the bottom rail. But yeah, lots of ways to do that. Brian Ross and Tim Curry now on the hill to 0. Brian and Tim looking to get paid tonight.
A little bit of confusion as to how many games they've got to play. AJ came to ask. Clarified, it's a race to 3. Brian and Tim are still on the A side. They don't dip down to the B side until they lose, and that's just how it goes. So if Brian and Tim win this game, it's tournament over. If AJ and Rick can get a W or 3, gotta get 3 more. They get 3 more wins. Then we go to the B side, and then it will be a 2-2 race.
Also, during the tournament setup, I have the ability to do to set up the finals to be whatever race I like, and in the future, I may even extend the finals race to be longer than the A side race, depending on how the time goes for the evening. We're at 11:10 right now, so just about 4 hours of pool. So I probably won't look to extend this one, but I do have that option of making the finals a race to 5, a race to 6. And I definitely selected a race to 3 in the tournament formats here. So I think that you'd have to beat Brian and Tim in 2 races to 3, Dan. It may default to be normally a 2, but I set it up to be race to 3.
Oh, on the B side.
No, if you look at the bracket, they stay on the. If you look at the actual bracket setup, no matter who, if Brian and Tim lose, the game 15 is still on the A side and is still a race to 3.
I'd have to look. I'm gonna check the bracket.
Yeah. And then above and beyond, like which side of the bracket they're on, if they did lose, I set the finals to be races to 3, so they would not be a race to 2. AJ and Rick controlling this rack at the moment. Rick looking to pocket this 3 down the rail and pop out just above the 6 for 4 in the corner. Oh, and that was a lucky safe. More than any other player that I know, Rick ends up getting those lucky safes. I think that a kick bank is a good look, good possibility of hitting it or pocketing it. You're going to hit it. Looks like Brian and Tim are talking about playing off of the bottom rail for a hit on the 3 here. And Brian running right around it and giving ball in hand with a scratch.
It's a double foul. It's 2 ball in hands in a row there.
Ouch.
No, I'm just joking. I do like kicking up at those types of shots like that. Like,
yeah,
behind the ball.
I probably would have kicked at it too, but I don't know. I think that you had a good chance of hitting it either way.
Oh, totally. No,
Just a
Brian.
bad shot.
Yeah. Brian chose the right shot, just a little bit aiming is all. Rick's got a draw for the 6 in the corner. This is a cut draw.
Well, he's got the 4 and then the 5 still.
Oh, is that the 4?
Yeah.
I thought it was a 7. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. He's firing at the 4 right now, and then needs to get around the 6 for shape on the 5. Hit it way too hard though.
Well then, yeah.
Pretty easy shot on the 5, not too much of a cut. The scary part here is that the cue ball
goes
could
right
run
towards
right
the-
off of the 9.
It goes right towards the corner, and that's he's
Yeah.
He's looking
He's
at
looking
the
at the
combo.
combo. Yeah.
I think he's scared of the scratch, and so the combo makes more sense.
I think the cue ball would have played right off of the 9 into the corner or
And
close, and so
the irony.
oh,
The irony.
isn't that funny? Out of the frying pan and into the fire for AJ here.
The one reason you chose not to just cut the 5, and that's what happens. That's
unfortunate. And Brian and Tim are looking to shut Rick and AJ out right now. 4 balls, no problems.
I think they got a good shot.
These guys got a good shot of getting out.
Little Tim's got to draw back a little bit in this shot, not much.
I don't love drawing for shape. I would have just played it this direction with some follow.
He's still not bad. Brian can shoot this with some low right.
Some low right's going to bring the cue ball off this rail and back up here, yeah?
Yep. Maybe a little taller. I think
a little taller, closer to the corner.
I think he's going to be.
Oh, wow! You put some spin on that, and it killed all of his speed.
It killed it. That was what I was going to say. He was going to be in this area.
Mm-hmm.
He a little bit, maybe a little more draw, but anyway, not bad. I would cut this. I'm cutting this. I'm cutting this ball.
You're cutting it into this left corner, Dan?
I'm cutting it here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. How do you do this? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm not doing straight lines. Oh, he's banked it. Not bad.
If it stays on the rail, that's makeable too, I think. I don't know. Let's go back to the end view. This looks like no, it's a negative cut. He's got to go for the bank here.
Yeah.
Rick's a good bank shot player, though, and there's plenty of room off of the rail. You're not going to double kiss on this.
Yeah.
The unfortunate side is that it plays to the short side of the 9.
Yeah. It looks like it does. I think this is one of those shots where it I don't know. It kind of.
You think it double kisses, Dan?
I'm thinking about the cue. I think that's good. The cue ball's good. I'm just trying. I think that.
You think the cue ball plays out there?
I think the cue ball plays this way. I think that's what he's thinking. But you got to watch for the side pocket. All right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You might have just stole the farm there.
Yeah. Stole the farm or sold the farm?
Certainly didn't steal it because
he
doesn't have it any longer. He gave it away.
He's fumbled the farm.
Brian and Tim should have no problem getting out here, and I think we'll have our third winner of Scotch Double Trouble Oh my goodness! He misses. AJ and Rick just took a big breath of air. They were holding their breath on that shot, assuredly.
I think a stop shot. Here's my thought here. AJ needs to just make the 8-ball. Don't
It is so straight, though. Why not put a little draw on it? You know,
you
It's-
think you
it's just so
a
straight.
little.
Yeah, just a baby draw. You know, just a little bit.
What I'm getting at is like,
Why?
don't put the pressure on one player.
Yeah,
You know, I could get you perfect shape, but then what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
okay, all right. AJ and Rick not out of the match yet. This is what I was talking about earlier. Tim and Brian on the hill and breaking. Very tough situation for AJ and Rick.
Yeah, if they pocket a ball in the break here, even more concerning. AJ and Rick need another inning at the table.
Seems like the guys are taking a little break. Rick walked up the stairs and did not want to do a mid-match interview. I think the crossbank is all he's got right here. Ooh, it was going.
I think we've got a pretty obvious 2-3. 9-ball in the corner. I don't see a combo that works off the 4. So getting shape on the 4 would be tough.
Is the 3 by the 9?
No, that's the 7.
That's the 7. Okay.
Yep.
So the 3's by the side.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then what's the other ball down on the bottom? 3.
Yeah, we've got the 3 ball here.
Yeah.
And then this is obviously the 2, and then he's got the 4 next after the 3.
4 and the 7. Okay.
The 4 is.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Oh, do they see it? Do Tim and Brian see it?
I don't think they saw it.
Are they gonna shoot it where? I mean, you know
It's
what?
not bad where it lies. You might just leave it. But
It's not bad, but like,
I would prefer to move it to closer to the 5 so that it plays
on the other side of the 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then.
Yep. Yeah, I would put the cue ball over here somewhere.
Oh,
Either he doesn't care or he doesn't know, but
well,
that's okay. He got on the right side of this 3 to be able to do something on the 4. I think if Tim cheats the pocket a little bit and hits low, he can float
into the 7.
Yep.
Oh. He's playing something different. He's cooking with grease.
He's trying to get these early 9s. Tim likes these early 9s, man.
He's definitely.
Look at him. He is selling it to Brian
we
right
we call
now.
those who know, we call this owl mode. If you
Oh, yeah.
if you're playing, you're this is an owl shot. All respect to Al.
Just slam this 9, you know. Oh,
That's the
I mean,
risk.
it might have went if you did it
That's the
softer. Those
risk.
diamond
That's the
corners
risk.
are.
Those shots, and a combo gets exponentially more difficult the more balls you make in the combo. Like
And the more off line they get. So he was looking at a few cuts there.
Right. If they're straight in, you might shoot 15 balls straight in. But absolutely, if there's angles, it gets.
He gets lucky off the 9? No. But he does get lucky with a relatively good safe. This is kind of tough to get to the 4th. I think the 6 might be almost in the way for the single rail.
I think this is easy. I think I'm kicking into that gap between the 4 and the rail.
Yeah, I think that's was what was
the
hard
other
about that shot.
other gap.
Yeah. All right, that was big ball in hand at that point. Only a few balls left on the table. They're on the hill.
Could we see a hill match?
You know,
I wonder.
I do enjoy a good hill match.
Rick's planning. He's planning. I would love to have a little bit of like room microphone. Like just tap in and hear
I'd loved it too. I mean the whole music industry having issue with ambient music is really frustrating for streamers.
Oh,
I'm not going to, like, I don't have a way to even stream content with ambient music and not get copyright infringements. There's no way to do it. So these players would literally have to play in silence if I put a microphone in the room, which nobody wants to do.
We'll just have a button. You push the button, music stops, microphone starts. So if you're in the room and the music isn't playing, you keep your mouth shut.
However, the alternative could be, and I think this sounds fun also, and it's not quite as nice as having the full table room or the full chat, but the alternative would be to have a noise canceling microphone on one of the players, having them be mic'd up.
Yep.
Just one.
Micing a player. Yep.
Yeah. Or one on each team or something along those lines. That way we're getting some.
Or you give each player noise canceling headphones and then they can listen to whatever music they want during the match, except for the person you want.
Now we're back to me spending a lot of money.
Ball in hand. This looked like that. I don't think he touched it.
Again? They did it again? These guys are, if they're not taking these ball in hands, they are really screwing up. Rick looked right at the camera. I think that he was, I think that was the tell. I think that he said they did it again. These guys didn't even know they could have won in a more easy way. But it doesn't matter. We've got this is pretty solid. Brian should be able to get out here.
Yeah.
All right. We've got our third winners of Scotch Double Trouble, the January edition. Brian Ross and Tim Curry going undefeated in the hot seat. $250 to those guys, $100 to Rick and AJ. Everybody in the money this evening. Thanks everyone for coming out, playing in Battlehouse Billiards Scotch Double Tournament. Thank you for tuning in online and joining us in the chat rooms. DJ, I appreciate you joining up this evening out in the chats in a big way.
Condolences to Rick if anybody wants to buy a pool cue. You come on down to Grants Pass. Rick's got a couple of good ones. Cheap.
Also in the chat room, a couple of honorable mentions. Thanks for joining Tammy in the chat room. I appreciate you. DJ joining us, Dan, in the chat room, all the way from the East Coast.
We got Rick live in the chat.
Hello, my
In-
name is Rick Turner. I don't have Facebook. I love you.
There you go. There, live.
Yeah.
That's the live chat room here. Right now.
Yeah. I was gonna say though, Dan, DJ joining us all the way from the East Coast. He's 3 hours ahead of us, so he's watching from bed right now. Or 2 hours ahead.
Respect from the East Coast. And you know
Yeah.
what though?
I've had people now from Florida, from Colorado, all over the West Coast, Boise, and just super cool to see people joining the chats and joining the live feeds. So thanks everyone for joining us this evening. Dan, thanks for being my co-commentator for the Scotch Doubles series. I appreciate being on the mic with you. Too bad you couldn't get in the money yourself this evening. What was your biggest takeaway from your game this evening?
It's 9-ball. It's
All right.
to be honest, like I think I made some good shots. I missed some good shots. Like my opponents missed shots and made good shots. It's just literally how the game goes. It's a roll of the dice with 9-ball.
All right, I'm gonna get down there and hand out some cash, Dan, and take a couple of pictures. But I think that's the game. It's 9-ball, and that's what I like to say. It's 9-ball, baby.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Signing
Thanks,
off
Bowman.
this evening. Have a good night.
Cheers.